Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, Hammer's bullet, big blue caboose. Hammer's bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of the Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Jewel with 6. One more try. Flashy Jewel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money. He can't go about it. The unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 14 on the racing calendar. Let's take a quick look back at last Wednesday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Praven Badri was. He got the late daily double. Also, Neville Stevenson had a good night with 2 wins, and that got them a little bit closer. We see Jorge Cranio on top with 16. Chavi and Chow at 11, Ronaldo Cumberbatch at 10, and the 2-time winners on Wednesday, Neville Stevenson and Praven Badri at 9. On the trainer's side, Jared Brown is on top with 8, Shelley with 7, Jerry Gorno, Wendy Anderson, Michael Nault with 6, and a couple other trainers underneath them, both with 5 wins. But we got a power-packed week this week, and we could see things change quite quickly over the next 3 days. Stretch, what did you see last week?
Yeah, so last week, usually the Monday, I kind of discuss how the track variance played for the 3 days. And in previous weeks, we saw a bit of a bigger variance from like a Monday to the Tuesday. Last week, I felt that pretty fair throughout. It was a slightly slow week on a couple points slower than normal. And so you can kind of compare the days a little bit. I just want to, Kirt, kind of comment on some horses. We've seen some win 3 in a row. And this time of year that can happen because the horses come from another track and are actually just running through their conditions. They're just so much better. And so the trainer spots him in a nice spot, maybe a maiden 5, and wins that, then can win the non-2 and non-3. And so you don't see it as often. We saw Big Tony kind of do that for us, and the figures were there. There's one in today that I do like that I think can move right through a condition. So something to watch. You don't see it that often. I don't think you're going to see a lot of 3 or 4 in a rows later in the meet, just because they're kind of in the right spot. It's tough for the mid-claimers to do that. I think you're going to see some big prices coming up because people are going to keep betting those horses, and they're going to run out of where they should be. So what do you think, Kirt?
Yeah, I agree with you on that. We've seen Carl Anderson with a couple, Big Time Gizmo and Tuscan Damsel, both of them condition horses, one winning the non-2, non-3, the other one winning the non-3, non-4, but very convincingly. And once they get out of those conditions, then they go against the open horses, and then it makes it, then we really see what these horses are about. But a lot of these horses are fitting under the waivers, and that's going to be gone very soon for a lot of these horses. So they're going to have to go in for a claiming price that they think is good enough for them, whether it's high and or low. But we'll see how that shakes out. Let's kick off the card today with a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred filly and mare 3 and up that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, yeah, that was a good point on the waiver claiming. That is so important. So always make note of that at start of meets, at least here anyway. Got an interesting field to basically open the week. I think we've got 5 fillies fillies or mares in here that we kind of know what they run and what speed they run at. And so the one that we don't, that's my top selection. And that's Cheers to Mom, who I was very impressed with. Again, something I'm not a big fan of, betting horses as a maiden 5,000 first time out. It's kind of concerns me. But the horse won big. The figures are there. And I like that there was a workout coming in. I think a repeat of that effort will be good enough to win, but I actually think the horse is going to improve a little bit. And if that's the case, right through the conditions. So number 1 is my top selection, and I'll go from there. Then I'll move to the 4 as my second choice. Trouble Trip last time. 2 races ago was a pretty good race. The Trouble Trip, it is there. I thought the horse still could have done a little bit more and maybe finished at least a 3rd or even a 2nd in that field. So I'm trending very concerned a little bit about that, but if the 1 doesn't improve, 4 might be my most likely horse to be there. And then after that, it's kind of a guess for me. I'll go with the 6 as kind of the second, basically a second start off the shelf running against a horse that came back and won big. So it's throw it in the mix. I'll call it 1-4-6, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same. Cheers to Mom, ran against the boys last time out. Now goes against the girls. Last week in the 21 races we ran, 15 of them are won by wire-to-wire horses. This looks like it could get loose on the front end. It was an easy win last time out. Yes, it's out of condition. It's a non-2 going against non-3s and horses that have won even more than that under the non-winners of the year. But this one looked so good last time. I had to take it on top. I took number 6, My Trudy. Same reasons that Stretch did. Beat by Crown Royal. It was a girl against the boys, and Crown Royal looked absolutely dynamite, beating Bite the Bullet Bro in that non-3 lifetime condition. So she's a stalker in here. She'll like to see someone go with Cheers to Mom, and then she can fly at him late. And number 4, Sizzlin' Susie. Yeah, last time out in the gate, this horse had problems. It was banging around a bit, and then they started. You see the horses do that early. It's not a great bet after that. I think the horse will get a better shot today. Gets a middle post position. Doesn't have to sit as long in the starting gate. But her best race, definitely good enough. And maybe throw in Valente, who showed a lot of life last time out. So if that horse can improve, the farther they go, the better she does get. But I'm taking 1, 6, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $2,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. A late scratch in here. Scratch number 2, My Father's Eyes. Stretch, what about this one?
Okay, yeah, it's non-winners of the year. It's always a bit of a guess in here. At least it's early in the season, so some of the horses haven't run too often. We both landed on the same selection. 6 ran a very good first out last time. I think a similar race makes this horse very tough to beat. I like a nice little maintenance work coming in, and Gary's horses have seemed to really step up that second start. So you're getting all those huge advantages. The horse, I think, can stalk, but might even just inherit the lead and just get there because the horse does have enough gas to get the lead. So that was kind of my top selection, and then kind of searching a little bit. I then went to the 3. Basically, racing, the competition was a little bit better. He was against It's His Funny going 5. You're not going to beat the horse there. Then moved up to 3,500. There's some pretty good runners in there. I think with the right trip, and maybe if Soul Obsession is a bit of a goofy horse at times, that might be
an understatement.
That's something to consider. Certainly is in the mix. And then I basically scratched into the 1 as my third selection because the 2 got scratched. Horse is coming off a 2-year layoff. Has a couple okay works, has the back class. Usually I like to see one. Maybe can sneak one if Courtney's got the horse ready to go. But like I said, 6 is my top selection. I'll call it 6-3-1, Kirt.
Yeah, it's mine too. I like this horse last time out, except Michael Mundu, a solid $5,000 claimer last year, ended up running lights out and winning that race rather convincingly. But Soul Obsession was an easy second in there. There is no speed in here. I at least can't find any. So I expect Soul Obsession to go to the front and keep on going. As long as the horse does get to the racetrack, the paddock, never know what's going to happen with Soul Obsession. It does parade early. So you got to watch that if you're using this as one of your big plays. My third selection in here, I took Yodeler's Way for second. Same reason Stretch has. And for third, Anire, the 5. Terrible race last time out, but I think something might have happened. I don't know what it was on the racetrack, but Sheldon Chickeness, he does stick with the horse, and I really like that when a jockey gets beat really bad and he stays with it. Anire has a good workout coming in, a half a mile in 50 and 2. I think we had a little bit of rain over the afternoon and early morning, so I think the track will soften up a bit, and Anire does like that off track a lot. So maybe that'll help him. So if you're looking for a good long shot, I think that's it. So I'm taking 6, 3, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, our feature race on the card. 15th running of the Hazelwright Sire Stakes. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. It's going to soar over $200,000. Scratch number 6 going Commandy. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, I think it's a fun race. In here, we've seen multiple horses that have had one good start and then kind of one poor start. Some has had some reasons, some excuses from there. So 5 is going to be my top selection. I think it's a solid play, mainly because this horse is not a need the lead type of horse. I think the horse is improving each start. Was just so much the best last time that just kind of ended up on the lead. I didn't think the horse would run that big of an effort. I thought the horse would improve, but not to that extreme. Figures are there. If there's a bit of a duel out front, this horse is going to basically take over, I would think. You get a nice workout after a top performance. We'll see how good she is in here. And then going to the 2 horse is really my second selection. The only concern is this a horse a need the lead type? I'm not a big fan of need the leads. And so, yes, this horse could get the lead and therefore could go gate to wire because it is one of that type. If had some trouble, might back up like last time. Was in a real tough race last time. Good workout coming in. The 2 has beaten the 5 in the first race this year. So make note of that. And then I'll go to banking on Betty. Throw that last race out. We'll give her one. She needed one. 2 good races last year. Has she reached her peak as a 3-year-old or just that much ahead as a 2-year-old? We're going to find out. That's why I thought it was a fun race. Some unknowns, so I'll call it 5-2-3.
Yeah, Stretch, I like all your selections. Mia Bear, big win. Sharp workout after that also. So I expect this one to be one of the top ones to beat. Misgiving ran huge first time out and then ran into the Murray Duncan monster from Oaklawn Park, Burrow Down. And Burrow Down won by an easy 7 lengths. So Misgiving now gets to go back against Manitoba Breds, which she'll love in here, and a nice sharp work, a half mile in 48 and 2. And banking on Betty, terrible break out of the gate, got banged around a little bit, and really never got going in the start. I think banking on Betty will definitely get better today because you can't get any worse than that last start. And she showed she is top notch. And then one more to look at, number 4, Dot Dash Dot. Ran a huge race first time out after getting left in the gate, made a power move, and then stalled. Last time out, showed a little bit of speed and steadied into the turn and then lost all hope. But I think this horse might be able to jump in there for a top 3 finish. But I'm with Stretch, 5, 2, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. It's a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, who do you got?
Okay, we've got, I'll go to the horse that name fits well because she will be the favorite in here. I'm giving her, this is her last chance for me. I don't know if I took her last time or not.
Oh, of course you did, Stretch.
All right, very good. We're going to give her another shot. Like I said, this is it. It is her race to, I think, win. The problem is, like I said, she is going to be the favorite. What happened last time, I thought she was a little too far back. Maybe kind of lost her footing. I'm not really sure what happened. She didn't get out as well as she can. I know she's a deeper closer, but sit a little closer, kind of run evenly on the race, evenly on the rail. Same kind of race as last time, but closer can certainly win. Like I said, very short price. Tread carefully on betting that horse to win. My second choice, I do like, I kind of watch this race, and what I do like about this horse, it's a 6, and even a chance at a bit of an upset, might even show even more speed. I like that the horse made a nice middle move and went after the winner in that race, whereas the two kind of sat back. So I think this horse is stepping up a little bit. I also think that if the firsters are not, that don't show that much speed, and the workouts say they aren't going to show a lot of speed, this horse might just get the lead, steal it, and make favorite run second, so I don't have to take favorite anymore. 6 in there. And the last one is Kirt's top selection. Makes sense. 4-year-old in here. Likes to run evenly, gets the extra furlong. It's not a huge kind of closing type, but 4-1's a fair price. But I'll let Kirt try to take the credit if the horse comes in. 265.
Yeah, I like the 5 Hatship suit. Ran against the boys last time out. Timely Ruckus, Oscar the Gulch. Timely Ruckus came back to win an allowance non-2-lifer. Oscar the Gulch came back to break the maiden impressively by a couple of lengths. And she didn't run a bad race. She was only beaten by 7 in there to, like I said, a horse that won the allowance non-2-lifer. So she fits really well. She ran against the boys last year, ran some seconds against the girls, ran some seconds. So she does have a little bit of seconditis, but at least it was against the boys, kind of out of her realm. So I'm going to put her on top after that first start to move forward. Favorite, you know what you get here. Horse should be a top 2 finisher, but where is the question? Stretch taking a seconditis horse kind of surprises me in here. And the third, White Rose Spirit, same thing as Stretch. This horse could try and steal it on the front end. Not a lot of speed in here unless one of the firsters do show it. Let's touch on the firsters. The one, Amalea, 31 starts for the Mom Cal Bears, 7 wins, 85K. She did go in the Canada Stakes here in Winnipeg, and she did come from California. Has 2 siblings. One's a non-2-lifer at Woodbine after 11 starts with the second to add, and the other did not start. The 3, Sassy Storming, under Vengeful Wildcat, one of the hot sires here in Manitoba. The Mom Thunder Girl had 4 wins from 6 to a mile, and this is her first foal. And Lady of the Fort, also a first foal with only a couple of workouts under the belt. But I'm 5, 2, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, an allowance race for fillies and mares, 3 and up, that are non-2-lifers. Again, going the 6 furlong distance. What do you got, Stretch?
Okay, same horse. Unfortunately, it's going to be a favorite in here, and that's understandable. I think
a huge favorite.
That's a fair comment. Yeah, it is going to be, and deservingly so. I think this horse. What I always like horses when I kind of pick what I think they're going to run, and then when they run even better than I expect, I really take note. And this horse was in a tough field against Kate's Princess and a few others in there. This filly chased all the way around Kate's Princess and even tried to press early. And that's kind of silly at times going after Kate's. Was in take note, allowance field with multiple winners. Now it's dropping to allowance non-winners of 2 lifetime, but they're still in allowance. So that's so important. Really take note of those conditions, because the horse can't be claimed. They're still high on this horse. For sure, Wendy doesn't want this horse claimed. So top pick, gate to wire. I don't know. Something's got to go wrong, I think, for her to lose this race. She just stands above it for me. And then kind of searching a little bit. I'm taking the closers on here because I think 1 and 4 may try to press the 2, and that wouldn't be advisable. But so I'll go to Maybella. I think she's a 4-year-old in here, and there's many 3-year-olds in here. So Stocking Trip may get up for the piece. And then my long shot in the race is the 6. Same reason. Closer. If you get the 1, 2, and 4 dueling it out, sets it up for the 6. I'll go 2, 5, 6.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is a huge drop for Artisan Dancer. I'm expecting probably 3 to 5 at post time with that massive drop, and it ran a huge race, fending off everybody else besides Dixie Moe, who was a late rallier, and having to chase after Kate's Princess. So I think it's her race to lose, and I'm with you that the 1 and 4 might go after, because that's the running style. So I went to number 3, Dazzling Gold. This horse had to chase last time out and chase after Prairie Magic. But then at the head of the lane, hit the rail, kind of lost some action and backed up. This horse does not have to go to the front end and chase. And in here, isn't quick enough. So that's what I like. It's going to be a late rallier, picking up the pieces at some of them that will be backing up through there. So I expect a big race out of Dazzling Gold, and we're probably going to get good odds today. And you got to like number 5, Maybella. She is the true closer of the field. And with all the speed that is in here, might set up perfectly if she runs that race from 2 outs ago. But I'm 2, 3, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a maiden 5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred, fillies and mares. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch. What about this one?
I'm a little surprised on your picks. The fun part is if you have, we rarely look at each other's picks. So it's always, when you see the picks come up, I see them too. So I thought for sure Kirt was going to take this horse, and I wanted to kind of get credit for in case it wins. So I will go with the 5.
But I got the winner.
That's true. I was
well,
going
we both think we have the winner right now. We'll see till when the race runs.
Absolutely, absolutely. And actually, you'll hear. We'll start with the 5 and the reasons. I think it's a good comment that their charter made in here about saying green, and I think it's a very good comment, because that's how this horse ran. Had some small trouble throughout the race, and finally got out, and was trying to close late. I think if improves the kind of running or learned something from that race, and I would think the horse did, should improve after a second start. That's why I'm going to take her. Clean trip, I'm hoping. I don't like the time. The figures are a touch low, but none of them are jump off the page. 4 to 1 is kind of the other main reason I did take this horse, because I think the value is there. If the horse is well under 4 to 1, it won't be a bet for me. 7 is my second pick. Like I said, could have been my top pick. Keeps improving each time. Started in a maiden special weight. I like that. Adds Lasix is a must use for me in the sequence bets for sure. And then I just went best of the rest after that, and that's the 6. Hot Linda. Just best of the rest. That's all I got. Won't be a win bet. I'll include in the exactors try. 5, 7, 6.
Yeah, I'm with you on the top 2, but I put HD's Hope on top. Was beaten by a Monmouth and Gulfstream horse last time out, who battled it out throughout. And HD's Hope tried running at him, but just wasn't good enough to get there. Now takes a huge drop in class down to this breed, maiden 5. Even the race before, running against Mia Bear, we see Mia Bear in the Hazel Right, probably going off as the favorite, and to be beaten by 13, that's no disgrace. Going against a stake horse who runs a lights out race like that, many of these would have been the exact same. And HD's Hope also gets Lasix for today's start, so I think that'll help a little bit. So that puts this one on top. I agree with them on Shecky Boo for the second. The time was rather slow. It wasn't the best of fields. Did get beat by the other first-time starter in the race, Yankee Cat, who ended up going wire to wire. But Shecky Boo, as Stretch said, and the comments say, ran green, and the horse will improve off of that start, but it does have to improve a bit, I think, to beat the 7 HD's Hope. And I threw in number 1, No Surprise, who just might be the speed on the inside in here. Showed good speed against Yankee Cat before faltering. But if the horse can get loose, I think it could get brave and run a long way. So that's why I put it for third. And I'm taking 7, 5, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs stretch. Interesting race.
Yes, it is an interesting race. Non-winners of the year. You can see that this is the first race we kind of see it a little bit different. I know why. I feel I know why Kirt's taken that selection. I could have easily taken that one too. I'll start with the 5 horse, just truly terrific. Dueled with the winner last time, which a horse that has a bunch of speed and I think is actually a little bit classier than this level. Dueled the whole way around and then tired late for second. The 1 could be the speed, and that's possibly why Kirt's thinking that. Carino leaves the 5 and goes to the 1. Another good point. I just liked how this horse lasted a little bit longer. I also like that this horse just wins races. Fits the condition because of the Manitoba bred, so that helps a lot. Where some of these have not won very many races. So top selection. I made the 4 second selection, as did Kirt. The horse closed. The first race I thought was better than the second. I thought the four should have closed and easily got second and kind of struggled to just get up. I had to yell a little bit to coax him along to complete the exactor in the race. It worked, so I was happy about that. I think this horse is not going to be worse than second in here just because of how the race can shape up. If the 1 gets loose or the 5 gets loose, that's how it goes. After that, it's a wide open race for me, so why not? Let's take a bomber in here. Let's go to the 7. Searching for a price, get some extra ground, included in your tries. 5, 4, 7.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Truly and Terrific. Well, this is kind of an all or nothing horse, but what I liked about Truly Terrific last time out is fought to the wire. What I don't like today, 6 furlongs. I think number 1, Hey Hey Runaway, is going to show speed with number 3, Union Smarty, and that could push Truly and Terrific 3 wide in here. So I think that decreases her chances. So I took Hey Hey Runaway on top. Jorge Carreno jumps on. Jared Brown, over a 30% win clip, these two. And drawing the inside, I think, is the key for Hey Hey Runaway. We've seen Jorge Carreno try and steal it on Wednesday night on a horse, Kick a Little Booty, and ended up getting tired, but he was out like a rocket and freewheeling on the front end. He does that. He can go all the way. A star to be. I seen the same thing as Stretch. Should have easily been second. Barely got up and got that nose in front. I would have taken this horse on top with a better race like the first one, but after that race, I just can't trust the horse enough to do that. And I threw number 2, the Whiskey Worked, in there. Came out of a very tough non-3 lifer against Tuscan Damsel, that being a Woodbine horse in the Carl Anderson barn that destroyed him there. And she did the exact same thing, came back and won again her non-4 lifetime condition rather easily. I think that race is a little tougher than the 25 non-winners of the year, at least at this point. So I think we might get really good odds, an 8-1 morning line on the Whiskey Worked. So I'm taking 1, 4, and 2. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just the lone overweight, which is on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, scratch number 2, My Father's Eyes. That's race number 2, scratch the 2, My Father's Eyes. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, our featured race on the card, the 15th running of the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. Scratch number 6, Going Commandy. That's race number 3, scratch the 6, Going Commandy. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $190,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. And again, just some overweights on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, again, just some overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Again, just a few overweights, kicking off late double wagering. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Again, just one overweight. That Jackpot High 5 carryover approaching $30,000. Well, it's turned out to be a better evening here in Winnipeg. We did have a lot of rain throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Stretch, what's going on there?
I'm barely in it. You can barely see me, but that's true. But at least I'm still in the picture.
Oh, you are. Under those cloudy skies, the temperature 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as muddy. A muddy racetrack for this evening's 7-race card. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 20 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening. Be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the Jackpot Ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and are available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw takes place about 9:30 and the current jackpot is $1,000. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's the place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. Have a great night of racing and good luck with your Chase the Ace tickets. welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off our 3-day week of racing with the $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred filly and mares that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. There goes 6 furlong stretch, a big favorite here in race number 1.
Yeah, you called it right away that I don't know the exact amount, but there was probably around a $5,000 win wager. The horse was basically at about 3-2, and then took the big hit. And you know that's a good angle at times. I've used that in the past. Maybe not done 5,000, but it deters people from betting the horse to win because it's so low. And maybe he'll climb back up. Hard to say, or maybe he'll just stay at 1-9.
I think he'll climb back up because even with that money in there right now, it's probably about another 15,000 to 20,000 to come in.
Correct. I agree with you there. So the horse deserves to be the favorite. Does not deserve to be 1-9. Ran a really nice first race, bottom maiden 5s.
Against the boys.
And just has solid figures for this level. What I do like to really back this horse even more is raced about 17, 18 days ago or so, maybe a few more, but has a workout in between. So the horse probably was waiting for this race, and sure enough, needed a workout, didn't want to leave the horse in the barn. Could go right to the lead. There's a couple that can show brief speed, but not the speed that the one showed last time. So for me, it's that horse, or I'm really searching for other ones. Like I said, top pick for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even though it's a non-2 lifer against non-3 lifers for the most part, and you look at Barbie's Quest has 4 and Valente has 5. They fall under the non-winners of the year of that part of the condition. But Cheers to Mom looks like loose speed to me. And if that does happen, speed was dangerous last week, winning 15 out of the 21 races. So Cheers to Mom, also my top selection. I also like number 6, My Trudy. Ran a big race last time out, also against the boys, and Crown Royal destroyed them by an easy 10. Came back in this same condition, but on the boys' side, and Crown Royal went against Bite the Bullet Bro, the other big favorite of the race, and ended up getting by in the last couple of jumps. So Crown Royal was a really good one. My Trudy is actually facing a lot easier in here today. And if this is how the board would stand, I'd be putting some win money on number 6, My Trudy, as I think she definitely has a big shot.
Yeah, a good call on understanding the different levels of competition. We touched on it on another race on ASD Live. I am going to go back to kind of the horse that has won multiple races. 2 back ran a really nice race, like the horse last time, and that's the 4. If Jake can find the 4, there we go. Like I said, that last race, the 2 back was a nice race. The last race did have hopped at the break, kind of lost the footing early,
and was fractious in the gate.
Yeah, and then made a bit of a move. Was an okay move. I just, as mentioned, I didn't like as much of how the horse didn't finish with that much. I didn't think the start was bad enough that it should have finished 5th. Better race, gets closer. Certainly can beat these. Has beaten many of these a few times. So 4 is my second choice, but it is wide open for me after the.
Yeah, also look at number 5, Valente. A good second place effort last time out. But this horse doesn't like being on the front end, but the fractions were slow. She has run some big races, but usually going longer. So the 6 furlongs will help. 3rd start off the layoff, the Charm. You could definitely back her a little bit at 20-1. The 3 Just for Charlotte made a belated rally last time out. Pretty well picked up the pieces, I thought. And Barbie's Quest. This is a horse. Marion Johnson, I like betting her 3rd time out. I think she just needs a couple to get going, but this horse can definitely hit the board. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. And Stretch, you're going to start us off.
Okay, I've got 2 pick 3s, and I like playing these type of tickets. Got $10 straight, because those are going to be the favorites. If I get it, it won't pay big, but at least I'll get a bunch of time. So a $10 straight pick 3, 1, 6, 5. You could bet it at a $2 denomination, whatever you want. And then another ticket, a $2 pick 3-wheel, 1 with all with 5. So if the 6 gets beat, it's going to pay a lot more, and that's kind of balanced it out. Kirt, really?
20 to win on 1 at 1 to 5. Not going to happen. Beth, I need you here. I'm going to switch this up. I can't bet the horse at 1 to 5. I'm taking a $5 tractor wheel, 1 on top of the 456, 456. Hey,
Wow.
boy, is she quick. And a $1 wheel will cost you 6. This will cost you 30.
Yeah, just a good move on what Kirt just did. He recognizes the price. That's why you have to watch the price if it's
No
not the
value.
right value. There was no value. Next point is I can't believe you did this to Beth on the first race. I would never do it on that to Beth. Maybe races 2 through 7, but not the first race of the week.
Yeah, okay, Stretch. All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Cheers to Mom, owned by Charles Folliard, trained by Devin Giddens with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston, Stanley Chady Jr. aboard. Number 3 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Sizzlin' Susie, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Valente, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, My Trudy, owned and trained by Fred Rawson, Chavi and Chow aboard. Post time for race number 1 in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We've got to kick off the week. 6 furlongs, fillies and mares. You can see the big favorite. I do like the favorite, the 1. Somebody else really liked the favorite. The price is starting to climb back. The horse just showed so much first start out, showed the speed. Might just skip right through these conditions. A workout coming in. The others, you kind of know what you get. So after the 1, goes to the lead, gets loose, watch out, becomes wide open. 4 is the kind of the one that breaks a little bit better. should be second, maybe third, and then a long shot in there would be maybe the 5 and 6. But I'm going to give you 1, 4, 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1, Cheers to Mom. She looks like the predominant speed on the inside. I just don't think anything can go with her. But the price, I do not like at all at 2 to 5. So the value, I think you might want to go after exactors or multiple triactors. And the horse, I think, is going to run second or third. That's number 6, My Trudy. Tested the boys last time out. Ran against a real tough one. It's a lot easier today. So I'm 1 and 6 here in race number 1.
Post time!
Cheers to Mom, the 3 to 5 choice. First to step in, Barbie's Quest is in. Next up, Just for Charlotte. Valente looks to be going in next. She's in. Now 2 left to load. My Trudy to the outside. Now just waiting on Sizzlin' Susie. Sizzle and Susie getting a little extra help from the gate crew. Barbie's Quest a little fractious in the starting gate. Sizzle and Susie is now in. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Cheers to Mom. Away very well with Sizzle and Susie and Valente to her outside. Settled back in fourth. My Trudy is going to watch the early action. Then another length and a half back to Just for Charlotte. And Barbie's Quest is the early trailer. Cheers to Mom cuts the opening quarter with Valente in 23 and 4. 2 lengths back, Sizzle and Susie to the inside. Barbie's Quest is looking for a seam. My Trudy on the outside starting to roll. And the trailer is now Just for Charlotte. The half mile coming up. And Valente with a short lead in 47 and 3. Cheers to Mom trying to battle back on the inside and regain that lead. Looking for room. Just for Charlotte is going to try and find it. On the far outside, My Trudy, 5 across the track, coming to the 16th pole. Barbie's Quest, My Trudy to the outside, and My Trudy storms past them all and's going to win by a length. Second best is going to be Barbie's Quest, Just for Charlotte in third, and fourth to Sizzle and Susie. The Stewards are posted number 6, My Trudy, as the unofficial winner. Second goes to number 2, Barbie's Quest. Third to number 3, Just for Charlotte. And fourth to number 4, Sizzle and Susie. They went the opening quarter 23 and 4. The half 47 and 3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 115 and 2. Now entering the winners enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 6, My Trudy. My Trudy is a Bay filly, 4 years old by True Sense, out of the mare Dominant Currency by Silver Deputy, owned and trained by Fred Rawson, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15 and 2. Number 6, My Trudy, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Keaton and Aiden Zeprick. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. Scratch number 2, My Father's Eyes. Once again in this second race, scratch number 2, My Father's Eyes. Post time for race number 2, 17 minutes away. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you win $100 if you pick either Joker and $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at Guest Services. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 1, Cheers to Mom. Claim by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable trainer Wendy Anderson. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $2,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 2, My Father's Eyes. Quick look back at race number 1. Stretch, Cheers to Mom, battles on the front, but the speed backed up for like the first time in weeks.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. Valentine went pressed a little bit, which we talked about. There's a little showed speed last time. Didn't think that was going to happen. I don't know if the one just got bogged down. We'll have to see. I'll make a note later on if that continues to happen, or maybe the horse just wasn't ready to move up to winners. We commented on the 6, raced in a different field. That's always a good thing to kind of compare. Sometimes when you have one field maybe didn't look that good, you kind of play against them and find the invader from another race. So we continued.
Okay, we'll see how the speed does in here, because undoubtedly it looks like the 6 horse.
Yeah, exactly. And on the outside. So it's a combination. We're going to learn a little bit more in this race on just to where the horses come from. It's a relatively evenly matched race just because the 6 is the big favorite. I think that prices, I like them. We both like them a little bit low. Ran a nice first race out, pressured every step of the way of a dropper that was a classier horse. Managed to get in on the claimer, the waiver claiming, and happened to like that horse that day.
But it ran for 5,000 wide open last couple of years and was a solid 5,000.
Absolutely
claimer.
right. And so what we're looking at here is we're watching that this 6 Soul Obsession sometimes goofs around a little bit in the paddock and looking okay so far. That's as calm as he kind of looks. He's just, but once he gets on the track and he realizes he's going to run, and that's the big thing. Throws in a nice little maintenance work in there after the last start. Gary's got second start out. Mentioned on ASD Live that his horses seem to run even better the second start, or at least they have this year. 6 of 7 in the first or second already, so that's impressive. Top selection, like you said, if you're the lone speed, it doesn't matter what the bias is, and that could be the case on this one.
Yeah, I agree with you here. Soul Obsession, lights out race, fits really well. It sits under the last waiver that the horse does have. So I think it's his race to lose. I also like number 3, Yodeler's Way, as we both do. First time out, had to run against Tis Funny, who was a walk-away winner, easily by 9.5. In the comeback race, tried to make a rally again, but it was Wits Coco sitting right behind Tis Funny every step of the way, and they ended up changing spots late down the lane. Plum Lucky did rally to get third in there, but that was 35 non-winners of the year, now drops to 25, and this horse has a little bit of tactical speed to at least be close to Soul Obsession's type of fractions. So I think the big shot of these two running 1-2.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. Those are the two. I mentioned I used the 1 as my third choice, was my fourth choice because the 2 have scratched. Interesting. The horse probably needs one. Is more of a distance horse, but has the class, and that just might be enough to at least get in the top 3. Almost a longest shot on the board. Has the fronts, had a few times last year. The steady works, if it is a tiring track or a closing track, that might help this horse at least get a piece of it in here. Is it a win type? Probably not, but you need a long shot in there.
Yeah, and my long shot in here is the 5 Anire. This horse really disappointed first time out. I didn't like it that much, but really showed nothing. Does come back with the workout since on June 27th, a half a mile. And this horse is much better than he did show in that first start. Last year had a great year, 7 for 11. That was his 10-year-old campaign. Now he's up to 11. I don't think he's lost his style or his grittiness. I just think it was one bad race, so I'm throwing that out. I'm expecting a lot more at 13-1. What about Proud and Loud, the 4?
For sure. Just back to remember, these are non-winners of the year. They've only had one, maybe two starts. They're getting into shape. They're in kind of race shape, but they always need some. And this is where long shots can occur. Absolutely. Proud of Loud, same kind of thing as the others. Hasn't shown much, but did improve a little bit after that second start. In the second start, I'd use them maybe underneath. Like I said, it's kind of wide open for second and third in here. So if you're a show better, you want to maybe, if the 6 runs out, maybe that's the horse.
Yeah, Proud and Loud ran a really good race first time out. Just a little bit of a flat effort. Well, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, so I've been unfortunately eliminated on my pick 3 streak. We're going to go a $3 wheel, spend a little bit more. 3 and 6 in here, trying to maybe beat the favorite. With the 5 is going to, I'm taking a stand, and then 2, 5, and 6 in the last. So a $3 one is 18. If you want to spend a $1 one, it's only 6. 3, 6 with 5 with 2, 5, 6.
And I'm going after the tractor. I'm putting the 6 on top, Soul Obsession, with the 3 and 5. 3 and 5, a $1 ticket, $2. But I'm going a $10 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. And we'll see you back for race 3, our featured race, the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Aztec Key, owned and trained by Courtney Ross. Craven Badgery aboard. Number 2, My Father's Eyes Was Scratched. Number 3 is Yodeler's Way, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Proud and Loud, owned by Jadine Lamont, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Anire, owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Sheldon Chickeness. Rounding out the field and parading early was number 6, Soul Obsession, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson, with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 2 in 3 minutes. And in this, the second race is always the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse. And in this, the second race, it's number 4, Proud and Loud. That's number 4, Proud and Loud, the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 6 furlongs. This is non-winners of the year. You always have to be a little skeptical on which horse is going to step up. I think because of the 6 had that first race this year, looked so good. A repeat effort makes him the horse to beat. Sets it up with a nice maintenance work coming in. Not a lot of speed. I think the Carino can decide what he wants to do. Go to the lead or sit just off. That's the horse to beat. The other slight dropper is the 3. That's probably your exactor. 6, 3, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Soul Obsession. Like the horse last time out. Got beat by a better horse, but ran a great race. Expected to be loose speed, and everybody try and catch it late. To go with it, I do like the 3-horse Yodeler's Way on the dropping class, but my long shot is number 5, Anire, the longest shot on the board. If he brings his best race, definitely even good enough to win in here. So I'll give you 6, 3, and 5. Good luck here in race 2.
time.
Aztec Key, the first one locked and loaded. Yodeler's Way steps in. From the middle, Proud and Loud. Now just 2 left to load. Anire. And just waiting on the 3 to 5 favorite. That's Soul Obsession to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Soul Obsession to the outside, away well. In between horses, Proud and Loud. Showing some early speed to lock horns with Soul Obsession. Settled back in third, Yodeler's Way on the rail. Then a gap of 5 lengths back to Anire. And Aztec Key, they're about 8 off of it. The opening quarter, 23-4. Soul Obsession on the outside, Proud and Loud on the rail. Yodeler's Way loving the early action as he's creeping closer in third. Still 5 more back to Anire and Aztec Key, the trailer. Now taking the lead by a nose, that's Soul Obsession through a quick half in 46-3. Not giving up, Proud and Loud. Yodeler's Way trying to reel him in, and Anire is getting closer, but these two still battling it out. Proud and Loud and Soul Obsession in tied to 16th pole. Soul Obsession, the favorite, won't disappoint, gets the win. Proud and Loud second best. Third goes to Yodeler's Way, and fourth to Anire. The stewards have posted number 6, Soul Obsession, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Proud and Loud. Third to number 3, Yodeler's Way. And fourth to number 5, Anire. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 46-3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, that's number 6, Soul Obsession. Soul Obsession is a big gelding, 7 years old by elusive warning. Out of the mare Just Satisfaction by Little Tyler. Owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson. Trained by Gary Danielson and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, our featured race on the card. It's the 15th running of the Hazel Wright Stakes for 3-year-old fillies. In this, the third race, scratch number 6, Going Commandy. Once again, in this third race, scratch number 6, Going Commandy. The jackpot pick 5 carryover is just over $190,000. Post time for race number 3, 22 minutes away. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Also, this is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up right here in race 3. If you're the ticket and you're the only correct one picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you'll win the whole jackpot, which currently stands at $190,000 and should approach $250,000. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $2,500 was number 4, Proud and Loud, claimed by Boss Baby Racing and Blair Kidd, trainer Blair Kidd. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, our featured race. The 15th running of the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes, going 6 furlongs. Scratch number 6 going commandy. And this will kick off jackpot pick 5 wagering. 190,000 carried over, plus an extra 30,000 early in their stretch. I guess that it would go over $250,000. I don't think that's going to be a problem today. Let's look back at race number 2. Soul Obsession had to work hard for that 3-5 win.
Yeah, everything in Proud and Loud woke up suddenly and ran a big...
Well, it ran that first race.
Fair.
That
yeah.
it didn't come back with the second time.
Yeah, absolutely. And ran better, like you said, on the third. Interesting, so we've learned nothing from the 2 races because we had speed coming, or the closers in the first.
Yeah.
Speed goes gate to wire. Different type of horses. We had the established horses in the last, so we'll have to see, but I'm not ready to make a comment either way.
And sure, the time in the first race was slow, as it was the breeds, but the last race, 112-1, that is kind of the way they've been going this year for that caliber of horses. The track's a little speedier, so great win by Soul Obsession. All right, going to the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. Stretch, who do you like?
Okay, we've all landed on both have landed on the 5 as our top selection. The horse deserves to be the favorite. That last race was one of the more impressive 3-year-old filly, or at least other than the big horse the other day. But to wake up, like I always looked at the horse looked pretty good in the first two lifetime starts. It was okay in the last race, and then wow. Suddenly decided to become a racehorse, and boy, did she do that. Figures are there for this level. This is a Manitoba bred that just took off last time, has a nice speedy work coming in, kind of gets her ready for this race. The nice thing is I think she can sit just off the pace. They're stretching out to 6 furlongs. Nobody in this race has gone 6. There is a big difference as you go from 5, 5.5. And so the 2 and the 3 are some speed horses that might need the lead. I don't think she is, and if that's the case, if she gets the garden spot, watch out. If she's sitting behind the 2 and 3 early, I think you can line up at the wicket.
Yeah, no doubt about it. She showed awesomeness, let's call it, last time out. And she did run a good race first time out against the 2 Misgiving, but Misgiving just got away on the field. I think Mia Bear's peaking coming into the race, and that's why 3-5 on the board. Number 2, Misgiving. Here's a horse won first time out and then chased after the speed last time. But that was an open stake, the Chantilly, where Burrow Down and Oaklawn Park Invader for Murray Duncan absolutely destroyed him in a sizzling time, 111-3. So that was no disgrace to Misgiving. Nice workout coming in, 48-2. she is a big threat to try and go all the way.
Yes, if she gets loose, which I think she does have more speed than the 3, she might just get brave and keep going, and that's the difference with this horse. At 6-1, it's kind of worth the risk to take a shot at that price, and go from there. If the 3 suddenly breaks or the 5 is just so much the best, the 2 could run right out. I think this horse is kind of a first or second anyway. If the 5's just best, it's not a horse I'd make a big show bet on just because of the running style. We both have the 3. What's your feeling on the 3 there, Kirt?
Well, throw out that last race on Banking on Betty. He's had some trouble coming out of the gate. Broke a little slow and then got banged around and just couldn't get running after that. And looked like jockey Jorge Carreno ended up wrapping up on the horse to save for another day. And he's not on it today, and Stanley Chady Jr. takes over. But I would have liked to see a work in the interim, even though it's a little bit close. And that's why that work isn't there. Did come out of a tough race with Better Make That 2. That was not an easy one that she went against the boys in there. But now she goes back against the girls. Maybe she just needed that start.
I think she for sure needed that start. Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to mention the 4. You briefly touched on ASD Live. I like this horse actually in the second start because of the first lifetime start. What clearly wasn't as good as the 5, but did have a bit of trouble in there. Was she going to beat the 5? Probably not. But that first race lifetime, I really was impressed with that. Gets a workout as well coming in. 9-1, long shot. I think that potentially, if the 2 and 3 battle or 2-3-5 battle, that might be your long shot to sneak in there, at least to complete the exactor.
Yeah, I loved her turn of foot in that first one coming off it. But then, of course, they tried something different, went after the lead. I don't think they're going to do that today. I think they might just try and come off it once again, which she showed a much better race. The 1, The Naked Truth, first-time starter in here, going commando, a champion sire here in Manitoba. The mom, Colorful Lies, had 20 starts, 4 wins, a winner of just over $20,000, and was just a sprinter. And this is a first full. Does have 2 good workouts in here. May 19th, 49-3, handily around the dogs in the muddy track. And then a nice half mile, 48-4 right after that. This could be one that could be a little bit of anything, but there is some horses running well right now in here. The Naked Truth will have to be a really good one to beat these.
Agree, yeah. If there are some runners in here, it's going to be interesting to see how she does. Trying to make note if she's in the mix, be probably a good bet next time in a maiden race.
Definitely. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Stretch. Pick 5 time.
All right, I decided.
All. Imagine that.
Yeah, I decided, you know what? It's getting up there. I'm going to try to scoop the pool maybe, and I'll take a chance in here. You got to take a chance somewhere. Key the 5 in here, then 2, 5, and 6. For me, that almost feels like all, then 2, and then yes, all with all. So when, let's say, the 4 doesn't, you don't have the 4 in that race.
Okay.
All. Anyway, 33.60. You can certainly cheapen it up by taking less horses in the last 2 legs.
And myself, I'm taking the 2 and 5 in here just in case the 2 gets loose. With the 2, 5, 6, keying the 2 like Stretch. Then I'm taking 1, 3, 5, 6, 7 in race 6 and race 7. The 1, 2, 4, 5. That 20-cent pick 5 will cost you $24. Good luck with all your selections. And we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured race here in race number 3. It's the 15th running of the Hazelwright Sire Stakes. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $35,000. Number 1 is The Naked Truth, owned by Colleen Garrett, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Misgiving, owned by Misunderstood Stable, trained by Devin Giddens with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Bankin' on Betty, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Dot Dash Dot, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Giddens with Dwight Lewis. Number 5 is Mia Bear, owned by Dunworkin Stables, trained by Fred Rawson with Praven Badry. Number 6, Going Commandy, was scratched. Following the running of the Hazelwright Sire Stakes, Pat Wallace, president of the CTHS Manitoba Division, is on hand to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering approaching $250,000 for this, the third race, the 15th running of the Hazelwright Sire Stakes, which will go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls in a stake race going 6 furlongs is Manitoba bred 3-year-olds. The top ones around anyway. There's some potential in here. I'm going to land on the 5, who's the favorite. That first start, or that last start, was just so good. She seems to be the improving filly. I think she's become very versatile. She can sit just off, and if that's the case, that's the type I like that goes 6 furlongs. She's the horse to beat. The 2, if gets away, does get brave. You saw that the 2 has beaten the 5 2 starts ago. That's the one. I'll call it 5-2-3. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 5, Mia Bear. Visually impressive. Beating up on him last time out. First time out, did get in a little bit of trouble against Misgiving, but last time made no amends. Can sit off it or to the front. Right now, I think the value on the board for maybe rounding out your exactor is number 4, Dotstad Dot. Ran a huge race, first time out, just getting caught by Mia Bear and breaking slow out of the gate. Last time went to the front. Watch for an off-the-pace style today. Good luck here in race number 3. Live. The Naked Truth, the first-time starter, leads the field in for the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. Next up, Misgiving. Taking on Betty from the middle moves in. Now just 2 left to load. Dot dash dot. And now waiting on Mia Bear. The current 1-2 choice from the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 15th running of the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. From the inside, Misgiving pointed out to grab the early lead with Banking on Betty to her outside. Settled back in behind Dot Dash Dot with Mia Bear going 4 wide, and the trailer, the firster, the Naked Truth, only 5 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-2. Misgiving with a neck advantage over Banking on Betty. Moving up 3 wide. That's going to be Mia Bear, the Naked Truth, looking for a seam to come up the rail. Dot Dash Dot is the trailer, and now Mia Bear powers on by without any asking for Braven Badry, and now takes a lead through a half in 47-1 by 2 lengths as they hit the head of the lane. Mia Bear pouring it on here in the Hazel Wright. Back to second, Misgiving, trying to find room up the rail. The Naked Truth, Dot Dash Dot, is rallying for second, but Mia Bear, all by herself, takes the Hazel Wright Sire Stakes. Dot Dash Dot, second best. Third's going to go to the Naked Truth, and fourth to Banking on Betty. The Stewart's supposed to number 5, Mia Bear, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Dot Dash Dot. Third to number 1, The Naked Truth. And fourth to number 3, Banking on Betty. They went the opening quarter in 23-2. The half, 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs. A quick 112-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 15th running of the Hazelwright Sire Stakes. That's number 5, Mia Bear. Mia Bear is a Bay filly, 3 years old, by Kentucky Bear, out of the mare Takara Cove, by Bold Executive. Owned by Dunworkin Stables, trained by Fred Rawson, and ridden to victory by Praven Badri. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1, 12, and 1. Number 5, Mia Bear, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Kelly Halliday. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Pat Wallace, president of the CTHS Manitoba division, to make a presentation to the winning connections. Also, congratulations goes out to trainer Fred Rawson. Saddles 2, wins 2, 2 wins for trainer Fred Rawson. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. And we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. And there isn't any. No changes in race 5, 6, or 7. $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 24 minutes. Well, besides the excitement of racing, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including the Manitoba Night Market and Festival on Sunday, July the 24th, and Holly Summerfest on August the 6th. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an maiden allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs stretch. Looking back at race number 3, Mia Bear. Wow, is she turning into quite the racehorse?
Yeah, we mentioned that last race, the light went on. I like horses like her. I call them a push-button horse. The horse was kind of sitting back, and the jockey said, "Let's go." And sure enough, solid power move on the turn, and the others tried to go with.
I don't even think Praven said, "Let's go." Mia Bear said, "Let me at him."
Fair
Because he
enough.
was still hanging on at that point until the head of the lane, but then opened up. But the time of the race, 1:12 and 1, What a sharp time for a 3-year-old filly Manitoba bred. And she's got lots of room to grow this year.
Exactly. To do 112 and change, as you said, is like solid. We're going to have to see if they keep the track at muddy. I think those are for some fast times.
Well, Tuss, we were talking. We don't think it is, but we aren't the one that pushes the buttons around here. So I'm thinking it's more on the good side. Yes, there is still some water in it, but the way they're throwing down these times in the last 2 races, you can't do that in the mud. It kind of looked like it with the 115 in the first, but 112 and 112 in the last 2. This thing's speeding up every single race. Okay, let's get to race number 4, pick 4 time. Who do you like?
Well, yes, the pick 4 says guaranteed of 40,000. That is going to fly over. There's already a bunch bet in there. If you're going to play a late pick 4 this evening, this is the one to jump in. It's going to be a big size pool. I'm going to start with the favorite. The name, the favorite. Yes, number 2. Thanks, Jake. It's a horse that I'm not a big a type of horse that at 2 to 5 and all the second-itis, and Kirt gave me the gears on ASD Live. And
because you always give me the gears for picking these, what you call career maidens.
Correct, yes. I deserve it. I absolutely deserve it. I'm throwing it out there. Last time I'm taking this horse in the maiden condition. If it wins, then it kind of loses its second. The figures are there. Last time, something happened at the start, at least the first 50, 60 yards, that the horse didn't really find her feet, and so I think she's going to sit a little bit closer. She did make a nice little move on that turn, and so I think she's sitting on a win for sure. I think she's just sitting on a win. So top selection, don't like 2 to 5. There is no chance I'm playing this horse to win at 2 to 5, but you need a top selection.
Yeah, I'd have a hard time doing that. Yeah, she got beat by a couple good horses that did go to the front end and steal it. But there might be one of those in here in number 6, White Rose Spirit. Showed speed last time out and then tired down the lane. But this is the kind of horse, Praven Badri, just won the stake. He's riding a high off of that. And I guarantee he's going to try and put this one on the front end and try and steal it. Do you think this horse can go all the way?
Absolutely. And I was almost going to make this horse my top selection just because of that. It made a nice move, went after during the turn. So could be the one, could steal it. Absolutely.
Okay, another horse I like in here, number 5, Hatship Suit. This is a horse that first time out comes out of a key race against the boys, now back in against the girls. But Timely Ruckus, who won that race, came back to win an allowance non-2 lifer, which was actually quite a tough field. And then Oscar the Gulch didn't make a bad outing either, as the horse ended up going wire to wire and drawing off to win by 2 lengths. And I expect Finalized to graduate real soon also. So Hatship Suit now going back against the girls. I think that's the key. At Assiniboia Downs, 5 starts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, and has ran really well.
Yeah, a good point on understanding. I do make notes of the special weight or the top fields. There's 4 or 5 in there that belong as special weight horses, as like you said, this race. And then there's some that are kind of what's called race fillers to make the race go. And so there's a few claimers that don't really belong. And yes,
but they got high hopes.
They got high hopes, correct. Got high hopes. And so yeah, that's the tougher one. We'll see. The distance, the 4-year-old all makes sense. You're at least getting 4 to 1, and that's what I had also mentioned. I needed 4 to 1 at least on this horse. What about your first time starters? What did you think about your first time starters in here?
All right, the one Amalea, this one Revolutionary Cal Bears. Cal Bears, the mom, 31 starts, 7 wins, almost $85K in earnings. This horse has 2 siblings. One of them's a non-2 lifer that broke its maiden last year at Woodbine, still there. And the other one didn't start. Not really flashy workouts in the morning, but Stephen Gaskin isn't known to really rev them up early in the AM. So Amalea draws inside in here and not getting a lot of play on the board, but the 2's getting all the play, so it's inflated 13 to 1. Number 3, Sassy Storming. Vengeful Wildcat, a good sire here in Manitoba, a top one. And the mare Thunder Girl had 4 wins, and she won anywhere from 6 furlongs to a mile. This is her first foal, and not much on number 4, Lady of the Fort, by Shanghai Bobby, well bred, but not a lot of workouts coming in, and that is the only thing that kind of surprises me in here. 2 works, a 3/8, and then came back with a 5/8 out of the starting gate. And that's lackluster, 105, not flashy by any stretch. So I'm going to tab that one. I got to watch one with Siobhan Bellaboard.
Yeah, that's fair. That's what I was looking at too. Yeah, so that's why we've had the same 3 selections. Could have almost boxed them if you're looking for a price, especially in your pick 4. The 11-1 on the 6 for me jumps off the page as a horse too. As we
maybe
mentioned.
Chase After for sure.
Yeah.
As Speed has been doing well on our track, at least through the first 13 race days. Today we already had 1 winner on the front end. Mia Bear came from just off it, and in the first race the closers got there. But any horse that can get loose as this track is drying out, I think has a big shot. Well, let's go to our picks here in race 4. And of course, it is pick 4 time, Stretch. What do you got?
Well, as I said to you off air, it's like, if I can get it for $1, why not spend 2? And that's what I'm doing. 2, 5, 6 in this race, and then the 2. Then I'm just taking the 5 and 7 in the 6th race, and then the 1, 2, 4, 5. If you remember my pick 5, which is still alive, I did hit the all button. This is kind of, I can hit it a few times. That's why I made it a $2 one. $48 for a $2. A $1 one is 24, same numbers. What do you got, Kurt?
Well, Stretch, you know what? You remind me of? I've been around the track a long time, and you always see 2 guys coming in, having some beers, betting the races. One of them has really deep pockets. And the other guy, well, you know what? He's scraped up enough to get out to the racetrack and got a ride with your kind. And that's what I feel like beside you here with your $2 pick for us. But I'm doing a $1. I'm taking the 2, 5, 6. I'm keying the same 2 horse. Then I'm taking 5, 6, 7 in race 6. Rounding it out with 1, 2, 4, and 5. That's $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for race 5. horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is Amalea, owned by Hillside Farms and WRA Ventures, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Dwight Lewis. Number 2 is Favorite, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Sassy Stormin, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Lady of the Fort, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Siobhan Bell. Number 5 is Hatshepsut, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Running out the field is number 6, White Rose Spirit, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Praven Badry. $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got maiden fillies, horses that have never won a race in their life, going 6 furlongs. We've got it down to 3 horses in here. We'll start with the 2, which is named the favorite and is the favorite. Horse runs evenly. Had a bit of trouble last time. Certainly can be in there. The value certainly isn't there. If you're a safer type player, that might be your horse to go place or show. A horse I am going to mention at 5-1 that might try to steal it is the 6. Watch out. If speed continues to hold like it did a couple of the races today, that's the one. But my top selection is 2, 6, and 5. Kirt?
the 5-horse Hatship Suit over the 2 favorite. I think favorite is a good place bet in here, but the 5 ran in a key race against a horse that came back to win allowance non-2 life, and the other one made an allowance, and now against a girl, so I'm 5-2 here in race 4.
Post time!
Favorite, the 4-5 one, first into the starting gate. Amalea is in. Sassy's Storming set to go in. Next up, Lady of the Fort. Now just 2 left to load. Hatship Suit. And just waiting on White Rose Spirit to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Favorite away well. But the firster, Sassy Stormin, showing good speed. Lady of the Fort also right there to her outside in second. Favorite moving up smartly from third to second, back in fourth. Hat Ship Suit with White Rose Spirit to her outside, and Amalea has a lot of work to do, about 20 out of it. The opening quarter, 23-3, and Favorite now takes over as the leader by a long neck. White Rose Spirit gaining ground on the outside in third. Back in fourth, Hat Ship Suit. And it's Lady of the Fort and Amalea starting to make up some belated ground. The half, 47 seconds. They hit the head of the lane, and Favorite is now opened up by 3. White Rose Spirit still something to offer on the outside. Back to third, Sassy Stormin. Favorite, today's the day. The Favorite is going to get it done. Favorite by 4. Second, White Rose Spirit. Third's going to go to Sassy Storming. Close for fourth. It looked like Hat Ship Suit. The stewards have posted number 2, Favorite. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 6, White Rose Spirit. Third to number 3, Sassy Stormin. A photograph has been called for the fourth place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-2. There's also the photo show number 5, Hat Ship Suit, finishing fourth. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 2, Favorite. Favorite is a bay filly, 3 years old, by Mastery, out of the mare Devoted by Fleet Alex, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslam Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-2. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 19 minutes away. Be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stewarts are upgrading the track condition to good. The track condition now upgraded to good. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4, Stretch Favorite. Finally getting it done.
And it was a good ride, aggressive ride, by going right to the lead. Broke better, pressed. There wasn't lots of speed in the race, as we mentioned. We talked about the 6. The 6 might go to the lead. Decided not to. I think White Rose Spirit will win the maiden very soon. That was another nice move. But the key was Cumberbatch took advantage of lack of speed. Let's take a chance.
And he pressed in, in the inside of those 2 horses and then ran off with it. Great ride. Short price. 3 in a row short prices. Let's see what happens in here, Stretch. Looks like we're going to have another short price.
I think we will. It's both. We've agreed on this one. Talking it on ASD Live, I was impressed with this horse's first start against Kate's Princess. Chased, actually pressed early, which is quite amazing for that level and how sharp she is, and then kept going and then got a little tired late. The key for this, one, the horse impressed me. 2, is making a significant allowance drop from horses that have won. I don't even know how many races Kate's Princess has won, but she probably
I think it's about 6.
6, yeah. So there you go. And she's just got better and better. Now we're non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So everybody in this race, other than the 3 because of a Manitoba bred, unless I'm missing somebody else, so Maybell is a Manitoba, so they get to 2, have only won 1 race. Even the 2 is a big drop, jump off the page for me on figures alone, and will not be far off the lead.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, there really isn't a lot of closers in here. Maybella has some closing ability, Dazzling Gold a little bit, and Fly Through Traffic. This is the kind of race where you'd want to see a horse that closes from about 6 or 7 out of it if there is that heated duel. But I think Artisan Dancer goes out there with Prairie Magic. Not sure if Thrill of the Night has that kind of speed to go with these ones. So Artisan Dancer, I think, is just going to go to the front, like you said. Play Catch Me If You Can. Jorge Cranio already has 1 winner on the night, looking for his 2nd. And definitely this is the horse to beat. I also like a little long shot in here at 13-1. That's number 3, Dazzling Gold. Dazzling Gold, first time out, ran an even effort and only got beat by 3 1/4 in the end, as the speed was sticking around that day, but did make up some good ground late. Next time out, tried to go a little bit too quick at the front end, and that didn't work too well as it chased after Prairie Magic, and then tired to be beaten by 5, but did hit the rail in the early stretch, so that would have cost a little bit also. I don't expect Antonio Whitehall to try and press the lead in here. I expect him to sit back and try and pounce on him, but Dazzling Gold won't be far away no matter how quick they go up front.
Correct. Yeah, I liked that they tried something, only a couple starts, didn't show a lot the first time, and then the next time tried something and did have trouble. Had to watch that replay a couple times to see what went on. We talked about Maybella. She's one of the 4-year-olds in here. She can sit just off. That's the one that's maybe most likely in case there's an all-out duel with a bunch of them to come in. Take note, we've seen the top horse in the last couple races basically press take over, and the horses that have waited have snuck in for second on a couple of the races. So something to kind of pay attention to on that.
And even on Maybella, Leroy Nelson was the regular rider last year and did get the only 2 wins on this horse. So maybe that's going to be a big rider change. He does know the horse well.
Exactly. Thank you for reading my notes, because that is in my notes. And so good on you, Kirt, getting full credit of that, noticing that angle. So I'm going to try to grab some credit on the 6 here on a 9-1 long shot. I think this horse, maybe the figures aren't there, but we'll be sitting back, just like in the stake race. Maybe dot dash or something.
Dot.
That's the one. Great ride by Lewis in that one to get up. I think maybe this horse could sneak in the exactor if everybody thinks they can beat the 2 or goes after the 2. So something to
Well, yeah,
consider.
definitely. This is a much easier race than the last two. And the last race was against Burrow Down, who demolished them in a sizzler time, 1:11.3. So Fly Through Traffic will definitely like the company that she is keeping today. Number 1, Prairie Magic. I like this horse a lot last time out. Thought it could steal it on the front end, but Savage Love was able to rally and get the win in there. Unfortunately for Prairie Magic, Artisan Dancer's big speed is in here. And I think Prairie Magic just is going to need a race. Good enough to stick around, don't get me wrong. But to win this race, needs a race with less pace.
Correct. And unless the jockey kind of thinks, you know what, I'll try to chase and try to take a run late. This horse doesn't usually do that, but at least the horse is sharp and does show a lot of early speed. So who knows? You never know. Might outbreak the two, but I'm kind of with you. I think up against the race shape in this race. But and then we briefly touched on the 4.
Yeah, beat Favorite, who we seen win the last race rather convincingly. Did go wire to wire in there, but there was no speed at all. This is a different ball game today. Artisan Dancer, Prairie Magic to the inside. Thrill of the Night, we are going to see what this horse is all about. Might be just that good right now, 8-5 on the board, because everybody's seen Favorite win, think it's coming back, but not an easy spot. Let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, so I'm going to do a $10 exactor wheel, and that's 2 with 5, 6. I have left out Kirt's selection.
That's good. I'll make more money.
Let's hope one of us wins. So the ones that are against us, maybe they'll bet the 2-1.
Or
Anyway,
2-4.
Or
something
2-4.
like-
There it is. Anyway, $10 exactor wheel, 2 with 5, 6. Total cost 20. Do a $2 one, make it 4.
And myself, I'm just going a straight exactor, $20, 2 and 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6, kicking off late double wagering. The horse on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is Prairie Magic, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Artisan Dancer, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Dazzling Gold, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Thrill of the Night, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Maybella, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Running out the field is number 6, Fly Through Traffic, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Holds time for race number 5, 3 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's Ultimate Chase the Ace, that winning ticket number 0369. That's Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, the winning ticket 0369. You have 5 minutes to report to get services on the main floor, South End.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Going 6 furlongs. It's for the girls. It's an allowance field. Most of them have only won one race lifetime, a couple two. I'm going to start with the 2 horses, my top selection, and 3-2 I think is more than fair in this race. She's dropping from an extremely tough field in an allowance. Chased a speedball by named Kate's Princess. She's going to be on, pressing the lead, and she's game enough to keep it going. That's the one to beat. I'll give you a couple of the closers. That's the 5 at 9-2, and a long shot on the board, the 6 closing late. So at 13-1, let's call it 2-5-6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 2 Artisan Dancer. That massive drop in class fits this race really well against these non-2 lifers. This is much easier, so I think she's the one to beat. I like number 3, Dazzling Gold, and number 5, Maybella, to come rallying late to get in to shore up your exactor. Dazzling Gold, I expect to run much better today, and did have a troubled line last time out. So I'm 2, 3, and 5. Good luck here in race 5.
post time.
Prairie Magic, Artisan Dancer, and Dazzling Gold in the starting gate. Next up, Thrill of the Night. Now just 2 left to load. Maybella. And just waiting on Fly Through Traffic to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Thrill of the Night away well and goes straight out after the early lead, but is getting company from Artisan Dancer. Settled back in third, Prairie Magic. Fourth is Dazzling Gold. To the outside in fifth, Maybella. And your early trailer, Fly Through Traffic, 8 lengths off the lead. A quick opening quarter in 22 and 4. Thrill of the Night taking a breather. And now Artisan Dancer switches to the outside and engages Thrill of the Night. Back to third, Prairie Magic. Fourth, Dazzling Gold, starting to pick up horses. Then back to Maybella and Fly Through Traffic. The half mile a quick 46 seconds. And it's still Thrill of the Night with a short lead in between horses. Artisan Dancer trying to reel them in. Prairie Magic from third. They're inside the 8th pole. Still hanging tough. Thrill of the Night. Artisan Dancer, more to do. 3 wide. Prairie Magic. These 3 to the line. Thrill of the Night is gonna hang on. Prairie Magic second best. Artisan Dancer finishing third. And fourth, Fly Through Traffic. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 22 and 4. The half 46 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs. 112 and 4. The Stewards have posted number 4, Thrill of the Night, as your race winner. Second goes to the 1, Prairie Magic. Third to number 2, Artisan Dancer. And fourth to number 6, Fly Through Traffic. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 5, that's number 4, Thrill of the Night. Thrill of the night is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Saturday Night Lights, out of the mare Bound to Thrill, Bound by Honor, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112 and 4. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 6, 17 minutes away. Want to keep up with upcoming events at Assiniboia Downs and live racing news? All you got to do is subscribe to our weekly e-newsletter, The Inside Track, and it can be found at asdowns.com. And ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's Ultimate Chase the Ace, Bonnie K went to the board and she selected the 10 of clubs. So she got $25, the jackpot. Still at $1,000 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We're kicking off late double wagering with a maiden race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred. Fillies and mares 3 and up for $5,000. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Stretch, unbelievably, all the speed stuck around, but a great ride by Neville Stevenson.
He did. We learned that a big improvement on the 4. I realized she won her first start, but she looked even better. There was far from lone speed, broke like a rocket, and then was going so fast that Carino decided, I thought at that time was the right move, sit back and try to make a run. And like you said, he
got the breather in that first quarter, and they still rattled down there late to hang on for the win. And Prairie Magic coming off the pace today. That was also a really good race.
Absolutely. 3 of them at the wire. Surprised we were incorrect on the main speed, but we've got to move on, and we've got to try to rebuild our pick 4 losses.
Yeah, we're out, so a lot of people jumped on board. There was 29,000 in tickets on Artisan Dancer, so they're whittling down fast. Race number 6, who do you like?
Okay, I've decided I've landed on a horse that I thought would be a much higher price, and that's, oh, look at how quick Jake's got this, is Shecky Boo. Did start for the bottoms at 5,000. I thought the horse was, as mentioned in there, a very green type, so not running as smooth as she a normal, not a normal, but a seasoned horse or filly would be. So I think there's improvement. It was at the bottoms, worries me a little bit, but I just think that she's only had 1 start and there's lots of room for improvement. I was expecting a 4-1 morning line. I'm getting 7-5. It is early. There was early money on the 4 in the last race, so somebody was sharp in the last one. Maybe they're sharp in here. Co-top selection, so I'll leave it at that. The 5 certainly can improve. We'll have to maybe improve a little more to even win this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher here with a couple horses dropping in that were in the maiden allowance against Mia Bear, who we've seen run another amazing race today. But HD's Hope gets Lasix for the first time, ran second to Mia Bear in the debut of 2022, came back, ran against Barefoot Dancer and Sunday Suzanne, a Monmouth horse and a Gulfstream horse that ended up running 1-2. They ran around the racetrack together, but HD's Hope wasn't far away and only got beat by 5 in the end and beat everybody else rather handily. Hot Linda was in there, beat her by 4 1/4 in the end, but HD's Hope, this will be the easiest this horse has seen in the racing career.
Yeah, I agree. As you mentioned, Hot Linda, that was the horse that lost to HD's Hope by 5, 4.5. We talked about the brother or sister to Hot Rod. We haven't quite seen that speed that we thought we would. So I wonder, maybe today is the day that she's going to try to show that much more speed. It'll be interesting to see. Like I said, we haven't seen it. 3 starts, not out of the question. If that was the case, maybe that horse could go gate to wire. We know that, well, Shecky Boo didn't show any speed, came off, and even HD's Hope is always stock. So that might be the way that horse wins.
Yeah, I think there's a couple other horses that do have a little bit of speed. The one, No Surprise, tried to show it last time out against Yankee Cat. Yankee Cat was the horse that went wire to wire as a first-time starter, but no surprise, was right there for a half a mile and then backed out of it. Could this horse somehow get away today?
Well, that's the question. If you take a look, first race, 7 beaten 7. Next race, 4th beaten 8. Got closer to the lead, lasted that much longer. That would be the kind of the next step to see if the horse can keep going. Sheldon likes to send horses. Arthur's, I don't know. What do you think? Is he a raider or sends it more, or what do you think on?
He does a little bit of everything. He had a couple of wins early on in his career that were wire to wire, but those were horses that is their way of going. But he showed some good rallies this year, getting seconds and thirds on some good long shots. Number 3, Spats, another one that has good company, at least in the family. But so far, that hasn't materialized. Was well beaten first time out and last time out. Bumped at the break, 3rd beaten 6, but couldn't beat Shecky Boo. And there's a couple more droppers. I think he's going to have a tough time winning it.
Yeah, still needs to make another step forward to at least get the win, but only 2 starts maybe could get in the money.
Yeah, you want a real bomber in here. Take a look at number 2, Stormy Barbados. Equipment change, blinkers off, and both troubled starts. Checked at the break, hopped at the break. Pretty well lost all chance in both of those races. Maybe today gets out of the gate and surprises everyone.
Yeah, she's one of the few 4-year-olds, and like you said, a couple troubled trips. We saw one win the other day, similar VLTs.
Yeah,
and kind of a similar horse like this, 24-1. I think that's what you've got to expect. At least those odds to take a chance on this one.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, since we're out of our pick 5s and pick 4s, let's make some money back.
Okay, I'll keep it at this one's going to be a box. I did a wheel last time. This time's going to be a $3 exacta box, 5, 6, and 7. That's $18. If you want to cut it back a little bit, for $1 is 6. So $1 exacta box, 5, 6, and 7.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm keying the 7 to win it, the 5 for second, with the 1, 2, 3, 6 underneath, a $1 wheel, $4. I'm doing a $5 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race number 7 for Jackpot High 5 wagering. The horses on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is No Surprise, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno, with Arthur Badu. Number 2 is Stormy Barbados, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller, with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 3 is Spats, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Belby Devil, owned and trained by Donna Johnston, with Dwight Lewis. Number 5 is Shecky Boo, owned by Neil Van Dorp and Carl Anderson, trained by Carl Anderson, with Siobhan Bell. Number 6 is Hot Linda, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 7, HD's Hope, owned by Robbie Sharp and Dr. C.A. Spies, trained by Sean Morin, with Antonio Whitehall. Post time for race number 6 in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, another 6 furlong race. These are the girls, maidens, horses that have not won for the bottoms, 5,000. It's kind of a wide open race. They've landed on the 5, and that is my top selection. I was expecting a much better value. 6 to 5 is a little bit too low. The horse did have trouble, only 1 start, should improve, but 6 to 5 is a little bit too low. The other one is the 7. This horse is showed at a tougher level. That's 1. And then even the 6, 9 to 2. Now you're getting to much better value. That might be the horse I might play, but I'll give you 5, 7, 6. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I really like number 7, HD's Hope in here. In the 4 lifetime outings, this horse has never been disgraced. Came out of 2 tough races this year. The one against Mia Bear, who we've seen win the stake earlier today, and then ran against 2 Invaders last time out. Drops to the bottom, gets Lasix. So I like the 7, and I like the 5, Shecky Boo, to round out my exactor. 7-5 for me here in race 6. Good luck. Belby Devil. The first one loaded without Dwight Lewis. Now that it's in, he'll climb back aboard. No Surprise ready to go in. Next up, Stormy Barbados. Stormy Barbados the next to go in without rider Lionel Camacho Flores. Once Stormy Barbados is in, he will climb back aboard. Stormy Barbados still being a handful for the gate crew. Stormy Barbados is now in. Next up, Spats. And now Shecky Boo's turn. Just two left to load. Hot Linda. And just waiting on HD's Hope, even money favorite to the outside. They're all in. They're at the post. And they're off. Little bit of an erratic start for Belby Devil. Spats shows good early speed and points out to the early lead. Matched on the inside by No Surprise. Settle back in third, Hot Linda with Shecky Boo on the rail. HD's Hope in fifth on the outside. A gap of 5 lengths back to Stormy Barbados, and Belby Devil is your early trailer. 23-4 the opening quarter, and Shecky Boo scoots right on through and grabs the lead by 2. In between horses, Spats, 3 wide, Hot Linda. On the rail, no surprise, now revving it up. HD's Hope, 3 wide on the outside. And a late rally by Stormy Barbados, the half, 48 seconds. Shecky Boo with a short lead. On the outside, HD's Hope now blows on by and opens up on the field by 4. HD's Hope with Shecky Boo back to second, a 16th of a mile to go. And this one's over. HD's Hope gonna win by about 9. Second is gonna go to Shecky Boo. Third to Stormy Barbados, and fourth to Hot Linda. The Stewart's opposed to number 7, HD's Hope, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Shecky Boo. Third to number 2, Stormy Barbados. And fourth to number 6, Hot Linda. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 48 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs. 1:14-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6, that's number 7, HD's Hope. HD's Hope is a dark bear brown filly, 3 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare Impersonate by Southern Image. Owned by Robbie Sharp and Dr. C.A. Spies, trained by Sean Moran, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-2. Number 7, HD's Hope, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Jackpot High 5 wagering, the carryover. Just under $30,000, and they'll go to post in 18 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95, as well as half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs, ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $2,500 claimer for fillies, mares, 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. We're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race 6. HD's Hope. Big drop, big win.
Yeah, it was solid. Nice, again, outside move and just took over. And the 5 did, I would say the 5 did improve. Just wasn't good enough to beat the 7.
And it did make an early move there, scooted through on the rail, opened up, and it looked like the horse could have lived life large there, but there was no mistake halfway around the turn when HD's Hope and Antonio were eating up ground.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. So here we go, last leg of the
All right, on to race number 7.
Yes, here we go. It's unfortunate I've got the favorite here. We've seen speed on some of the horses go gate to wire. We saw in the 5th race with the 4-horse jumping and the speed running around 1, 2, and 3 with no closers. This last race, a few younger horses went out and and then tired, so it's hard to get a guide. But the 5 was pressing on the lead and still hung around. So fair racetrack, would you say?
Oh, definitely. You could win from anywhere as long as you get the trip. It looked like the best horses so far today were getting the job done without any other trouble. But saying all that, back to race number 7.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 5. You made some valid points why the 5 certainly can lose. I just like the last race. Yes, we're going a little bit longer. The horse does have 5 wins at the distance. It is a kind of a lower condition, but I just like horses that like to win, and she likes to win. She doesn't know who she's running against necessarily. Last time dueled with a dropper, Cabo d'Ordo, something of close to that name.
Cabo Dorado? Yeah, that's close.
That's the one I meant. Probably the same horse. Battled, and then the 4 was all out to get up. And so that's why I'm giving the 5 ahead of the 4. And kind of based on that, I thought they were the 2 contenders. You've got the 1 as your top selection.
Well, after you saying that about the 4 and the 5, the 1 was in that race, and it was sitting back. But what I really liked is this horse showed some good late. The 1 showed good late run down the lane and only got beat a length in the end. If that race was any farther, I think Hey Runaway would have ran right past them. Question is, Jorge Carreño now jumps on for Jared Brown. What is he going to do in this race? Because this horse does have some tactical speed near, so he could be sent out to the lead. And if he does, that doesn't bode well for Truly and Terrific. But I do like that off-the-pace effort.
Yeah, that's the difference. I think if they let the 5 go, I think the 5 is going to be tough. If the 1 kind of presses and maybe as much as just better than these, which is possible, the 1 won a bunch of races last time at a slightly higher level, so makes sense. And then if there is a horses banging heads, then I think you have to go back to the 4, because the 4 is basically finished second this time. Last time was third, closing, gets a little extra distance. Yeah, we didn't think the horse looked great, but with a dream trip, you don't have to necessarily have the best numbers. You just need the best trip to get up. And that's what could happen with the 4.
Yeah, I absolutely love this horse last time out. I thought it had a shot at beating Cabo Dorado after that big late rally on June the 6th, but it was not a big late rally. It was kind of a lumbering rally down the lane to beat Truly and Terrific. So a star to be went from my hot horse to kind of second in here. Another horse I like, number 2, the Whiskey Worked, ran against a real tough Tuscan Damsel who won first out by an easy 4 and came back to destroy him again. So I think the Whiskey Worked comes out of a tough one. And even the race before, Storm Squall won. This is a non-3 lifer against non-winners of the year, but I think it's a good drop.
It is. Normally I don't like that angle, but at this time of year, the horse that's been running against, it makes it a tougher feel because these horses have won back-to-back where these others are non-winners. So that's kind of your long shot. My long shot is the 7. Hasn't shown a lot, but was wide last time. In case there is the duel, this horse might be in the mix. We've seen, the last race of the night, suddenly speed collapses and the closers show up. I don't think the horse wins, but I think could be in the money for at least to help pay in your maybe exactor, try, super, or even that high 5 with a few of the favorites running out. The high 5 could go.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, I'm going to try a tri-wheel. $3 more than what you spent there, Kirt. Got an interesting wedge play. I've got 1, 4, and 5. Because this is the non-winners, I can't key on a horse. Kurt's more daring than I am. 1, 4, 5 in the first spot. With 1, 2, 4, 5 in second. And then we'll add another one, my long shot. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 in the third spot. It's 27. I think there's a great chance of that combination with some of them to make it pay a bunch.
Yeah, myself, I do like number 1, Hey Runaway. So I put him on top of the 2, 4, 5, 7, 2, 4, 5, 7. That'll cost $12. And then I went 2, 4, 5, 7 with the 1 wedged in the middle with the 2, 4, 5, 7. Another $12. That'll cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7. And we'll see you back tomorrow night 6:45 Central for ASD Live. A horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Hey Hey Runaway, owned by TMS Stable and 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is The Whiskey Worked, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Number 3 is Union Smarty, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is A Star to Be, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5, parading early, was Truly and Terrific, owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 6 is Miss Tizzy Fit, owned and trained by Dale Zwiezliak, Dwight Lewis aboard. Number 7 is Videra, owned and trained by Doug Mustard with Chavi and Chow. Running out the field is number 8, Bella Galena, owned by K7 Racing Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 7 in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, capping off Monday night. Been a good card so far. 6 furlongs for the fillies, non-winners of the year. As I've mentioned in the past, it's not an easy condition. I'm going to land on the favorite, a horse that's actually already won a race this year in a nice style, and then came back with a very good effort again. Got in a duel with a dropper and still hung around. I think this horse gets loose, she's gone. You're not going to catch her. In case if there's a duel, maybe between the 1 and the 5, sets it up for the 4. There's some value at 4 to 1. I think that's a fair price. I'm going to call it 5-4-7. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch was a competitive race last time out between the 1, 4, and 5. But I think the 1 horse, Hey Hey Runaway, made the most ground down the lane. I think there is other speed in here, but the 1 does have a lot of early foot to get out there and get good positioning from the rail. So I went to the 1. with the 4 a Star to Be and the 2 the Whiskey Work does a good long shot. 1, 4, and 2. Good luck here in race 7.
Post time!
A Star to Be leads the fillies and mares into the starting gate for the nightcap. Antonio Whitehall now climbs off of A Star to Be, and she'll be loaded. And now she's in. Antonio climbs back aboard. Next up, the Whiskey Worked. Union Smarty goes in. Next up, the 7-5 favorite, Truly and Terrific. Miss Tizzy Fit set to go in. Vidira's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Hey, Runaway on the inside. And just waiting on Bella Galena to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, truly and terrific. Shows her good early speed, but matched on the inside by Hey Runaway. In between horses, Union Smarty, 3 wide, Bella Galena. A gap of a length back. That's going to be Vidira and A Star to Be running together. The whiskey worked. And your early trailer will be Miss Tizzy Fit. 23-3 the opening quarter. And truly and terrific. Loving Life on the front end by a length and a half. Bella Galena starting to reel her in from second. Union Smarty falling back in third. A Star to Be and Vidira. Both of them making a rally. Then it's Hey Runaway. And the whiskey worked. Well back to Miss Tizzy Fit. They hit the head of the lane. And it's truly and terrific. Opening up the lead by 2.5. But on the far outside, Bella Galena and Vidira making up ground, as is A Star to Be. Going on by, that's going to be Bella Galena blowing up the top board. Bella Galena at 50-1. Second goes to the whiskey worked. Very close for third and fourth. The Stewart's opposed to number 8, Bella Galena. As your race winner, second goes to number 2, the whiskey worked. Third to number 4, A Star to Be. A photograph has been called to determine the fourth place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 114-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure. The unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 8, Bella Galena. Bella Galena is a bay mare, 8 years old, by Vronsky. Under the mare CR Ballerina by Moscow Ballet. Owned by K7 Racing Stable, trained by Tom Garnaby Jr. And ridden to unofficial victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 114-2. Results of the photo show that number 5, Truly and Terrific, finished in 4th. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, just $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing does resume tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. Now, let's head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.